Hello, chat. Welcome to day 2 stream. Hello, chart. Hello, chat. 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 Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Welcome to the day 2 stream. Chat. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. I need to go do this really quickly before I forget. Dude, you die so much. I can see how many times you've died. Hello, chat. Hello. Oh. Hello, chat. Hello, chat. Welcome to the day 2 stream. As you guys may have noticed, I've done a little bit of off-camera mining. Just a little bit. I'm working on an egg farm right now. I'm going to hopefully chicken. Let's see. I think these trees are done growing, so I am going to go ahead and cut them down. I've left them growing for quite some time. I'm going a little bit insane because I don't have any torches. I need some, go grab some seeds. I need to build a fence. That's what I need to do. Fence. But I got a little farm going. I don't remember if I had that on stream or not, but, you know. Zombie. Oh god, that's a creeper! Ouch. That is a lot of skeletons. What are you? Hello. Oh. Well, that works. That makes my life easier. Now I can go finish up this fence and lure this chicken into his forever home. I gotta find a secondary chicken, however. I need to build a fence gate, and I'll build 2. I'll just do 1, and then fence. Texting and driving is bad for your health. That is a lot of zombies. Can we sleep, perchance? Can we perchance sleep? Possibly. Why are you in the water? Get out of the water! Go to sleep! They are outside my house. Oh, yeah, that's what this was. Okay. Get some music going in the background for chat. And you know what? Actually, I think I could get away with, I think I can get away with, this mix right here. I think I can get away with, having Silent Hill music playing in the background, right? So, something very, that can be useful, I think, for chance. I see. I mean, no, I'm not going to claim ownership over it. I'm just playing it through YouTube. I'm sure I'll find out. Alright, chicken. You live in here forever now. Nope. Get fucked. You will lay your eggs. Hello, spider. Hello. Spider. You guys know what I mean when I say spider. It's spider. Kai gets it. What the fuck is that? The fuck do you mean the crab looked like a person? So my plan for this little spot right here is that I'm going to turn it into essentially where I will drop off all my ores at to cook. So like I'm gonna have a chest underneath it, like that. We'll put that up there, and then we will put that right there. And we'll just leave it like that for now. I think that will be fine. Because my plan, let me go grab it. Also, I built a little storage area down here. I'm gonna go over and cook all these ores now. This will be where the eggs, if I'm pretty sure I did it right, but eggs should drop down into there, and I can cook those eggs and make egg. Egg in me. Hello, egg word. You have next egg in 200 seconds. Shut the fuck up. Both of you shut the fuck up. I did this wrong. I realize I've done this wrong. I need to construct another hopper. Whoa. The fuck just happened? I purchased... I perchance need to build another hopper. Yeah. Oh, shit, yeah. Duh, let me do this as well. I accidentally reloaded my shaders. Perchance ball versus perchance ball. Who will win? Right. My house is almost complete after all this time. Do I have enough to make a chest? I should. I don't. Okay. Do I still have axe? I do. Perchance I do have axe still. I am moss. Stand ready for my arrival, worm. Stand ready, worm. Why am I so warm? I do kind of wish that, like, it would display what is causing you to be hot. I guess it is just summer or something, though. I need to build a calendar as my next goal. Not really. I have multiple goals. Man, grow? Yeah, he do that. Alright, cool. So now... Why did I build another hopper? Oh, yeah. I know why. I'm making this way more complicated than it has to be. Oh, copper. How about that? Alright, so... This chest will go here. This furnace will go here. No. I guess I could just do it like that. There we go. Ugh, I don't have another fucking pickaxe. What the fuck? And we got full saturation. Holy shit, mutton chops may be worth losing my sanity. What? Huh. Look at this area. That's cool. There's a lot of underwater caves near me. I need to make some, like, diving gear or some shit, dude. Oh god, I gotta get back up. Crag time. Well, yeah. I made it significantly slower, though. Because I do still want you to, like, that is a problem you have to deal with. I'm so green. What the Sigma? Are you gonna leave me for a Minecraft villager? God. Hi, are you doing good? It was pretty funny. In his defense. Yeah, it had me kicking my feet and giggling. Teehee. It's so funny. It's so silly, isn't it, chat? What do we think, chat? Life or life or death? Life or death for Cub Cub? Life or death for Cub, chat. Vote now. Vote now. Life or death. I'm not going to do that to him. That'd be really mean to do right now. Oh yeah, no, absolutely. I would vote yes immediately. I had the bind ready and everything. Had anyone said yes, I would have done it. But then I decided that'd be way too mean to do to you. Though if you're at your base, then I probably would have done it. But I know you're not at your... Where the fuck did this 52 cobblestone come from? Was there always cobblestone in my inventory? I genuinely don't remember. It was just in my inventory. What the fuck? I did not notice that. I had to use Twitch's clip feature. AI viewers, streamboo.com, go fuck yourself! I hope you die! I hope you explode! Banned. You're banned. You're banned. I Barack Obama. What the fuck? What the fuck just shot me? The necromancer? I don't have any weapons or armor. I'm so fucked. No. Ow, Ow! Ow! Oh my god! Why is there the necromancer? Oh hey, I got it working. I finally got configurable death working. Holy shit. After all this time. Joke's on you! I can return by death! Happy birthday, Daniel! There's so many fucking zombies. I should build a golem. I think that will be my next goal, is building a golem to help me defend my home. Shut the fuck up! Alright. There's my actual Minecraft music playing now. Let me just do that. Well, the actual Minecraft. Forbidden fruit? What is that achievement? I hit R. Harvest an apple. Don't eat my apple. So I think I've actually gotten configurable death working properly now, it would seem. So now our items in our hotbar will stay in our hotbar now. So nice. You should know. You just got it. Mutant skeleton. The mutant mobs have becoming more and more numerous. Who are you? Oh my god, you're a skeleton with a backpack. Alright, I think it is bedtime, chat. Thank you, chat. Bedtime. Chat. Crush him with 10,000 tiny hammers. Evil Dead? God. Genuinely the worst mob ever. I know. Why do you have a health boost? Oh god, he might actually kill me. Oh my god. He almost actually killed me. Did he drop his backpack? Fuck! Damn it. What's that noise? Oh, nice. Alright, chat. I can show you the water. God. I need to make a canteen, I think. I think it's time that I finally make a canteen. I haven't been traveling that much. Oh yeah, no, there's a shit ton of that in there. I'm gonna steal this, and someone did what at spawn? What? Work? Who's tack? Probably not. Oh yeah, let me start doing this too. I hope that doesn't take up a shit ton of storage. There are probably pillagers nearby. Yeah. Oh no. Why did he say oh no? I lost my crow. Oh. How do I make a canteen? It's 4 iron. The woods. He went home. Wool boots. That will be useful in a cold biome. Here we go. That's what I want. So, how much water does the canteen hold? God, I thought there was a thingus. Yo, there's a dolphin! What's up, Mr. Dolphin? How's it going, bro? So, how much water does the canteen even hold? Does it hold like a lot or no? Okay. Oh. Oh wait, I guess I'm not thirsty. I thought my game was fucking crashing for a second. I was about to be like, why is my game crashing? Give me a little chicken egg before disappearing. Oh, wow, it does hold a lot of water. Holy shit. Okay, that's useful. I'll be keeping that in my hotbar. Right, let me go get rid of these items and go mining. No? No? Don't mine at night. I know you're looking at that cave and you're feeling kind of brave. Go to bed. Shut the fuck up! You're even worse. Stop encouraging him. You know what? Sure, they can. God, no, I didn't mean to do that. I wonder if my chicken has laid any eggs. Have you laid egg? Let's see. Oh, you have. Didn't land where I needed to land, though. Fuck. Colin, we are so screwed. See if it'll... Nope. Put it in a jar. Don't tell him to put it in a jar. That's rude. Alright. So we are going to go mining now. And just grab everything. Any important looking ore. I'm not really going to go down there to fight things, but I will bring a thingus just to be safe. I didn't mean to put that on there. I need stick. Singular. Then, you know, we'll throw these iron gloves on. Can they go anywhere on here? No. So I need to... Can they go anywhere on here? Perchance? Aha. Here it is. Yep. Right there. I got it. Yeah, I got it. Remember, which stream are you watching? Because remember, my Twitch stream... Yeah, my Twitch stream is delayed. Oh, why are my hands doing that? Huh? Oh yeah, no, I'm aware. Yeah, no, I'm aware. Yeah. That's why I like the shaders so much. Cook big dinner for family. Dinar. Throw that in there. We'll throw that in there. And Slendery man. Because we are going to go explore the mine shaft that is on my island. That's what we are going to go do. I should grab a iron pickaxe. Life is Strange 2. The Crow Anomaly. Alright, and now we will go craft iron pickaxe, and then I will be going to mine at night. Hello. And the iron pick will mainly be used. It is a Java server, but it is also for my friends only. Someone in chat was asking a question. Let's see. Alright, I'm ready to go down. It's the perfect time to head down as well because night is falling. Yeah, the canteen holds a lot of water. Holy shit. Because I want... Delta ruined. Oh. Oh yeah, let me grab this. That is kind of silly. The ambience mod has some really fucking creepy cave ambience. I like the ambience mod a lot because it adds thingus. Pingus. Right, I can get some string. Nice. Nice. That was a really shit fucking mine shaft. At least this one was, anyway. I'll just put torches here, here, and here. And there. Alright. There is no backrooms mod. Dude, I'm not planning on adding one either. There literally is no backrooms mod. What does he mean? Alright, this cave looks like it will yield better results, perchance. Oh, we'll go straight first. Evil. Very evil. Oh, skeleton. Fuck. Alright. I cannot sleep currently. Alright. Let me put a torch here to mark the end of this spot. There we go. Ah! I didn't even see this ore here. Holy shit. Palladium. There should be. Oh, yeah, yeah. There isn't one of those. Hello, guy. Look at that little guy. Ear. Guy Fairy. That looks evil. I don't know what that is. Spider spawner. Wonderful. I haven't been down here yet. There's a torch there, and I haven't been over here yet. I don't know if I like that. Can torches just spawn in abandoned mine shafts? Oh, okay, I didn't know that. Yeah, okay, I just unironically did not know that, and I was getting kind of spooked because I was finding a shit ton of torches down here. Oh, I did find a chest, though. Let's take a look. Oh, hello. I just made a shit ton of achievements. Holy shit. Oh my god, guys! I found diamonds! Question. Do skulls get used one time? Like, are scrolls one-time use? I actually don't know. Like, I got a magic scroll. I got a magic... I mean, I plan on it, yeah. Okay. Okay, so they are one-time use, though, if I use it as scroll. Okay, good to know. Oh my god, guys! I found diamonds! Oh my god! Oh wow, there's actually 2 diamonds. I was overheating in a tundra. Russians? What do you mean by top Russians? Must be a hot tundra, though. The what? I don't know. Don't say that. No. Ah, coal. I got a pretty decent spell here. I don't want to risk losing it. Shockwave scroll. It lets me cast lightning. Ka-chow. Ka-chow. Right. Ah, I found a bot. Nice. Let's see what's in the pot. Oh, I got name tags. Ash. I found ashes in the pot. My Schrodinger crow is following me. I'm going to crow. We'll explore this area more later. I'm mostly here for stuff. Bless you. What should I get rid of? I guess I'll get rid of this tough brick. I'm gonna have to make a tough edit for the tough brick. Sorry, what? Am I at spawn? Oh, are you friendly or are you gonna hurt me? I mean, it's not... Oh, he teleported away. Okay. Oh, wait, he's over here. Do I fight him? Like, what? What am I supposed to do? I hear you. I don't know where you went. Hello. Okay, no, so you got angry when I hit you. I don't know. That little guy is weird. I don't know what to do about him. I'm so ore. No. Would I like a pan? Okay. No, I'm fine. Thank you, though. Ah, I'm chilling. I'm about to get started with Tinker's construct. I need to I need the... Oh wait, I have that book. Crag's haunted. What? Ghost Crow. Would like to clear out the spider den over here. What? Ah! Why can't I hit you? Ouch. What? Oh, yeah. Hey, dude. I'm sorry I hit you earlier. I didn't understand what you were. I don't know what goes. What? Alright, let's leave the, mine shaft for now. Alright, let me also undo this. There you guys go. Some nice calming music to listen to while I play craft. I think that was like one of the first songs that played. It is told that it was forged by the first blacksmith of time. Fascinating. No, I'm good. You can slime enemies with them. Yeah. Why? That's so terrible. Oh wow, I have a shit ton of raw copper on me. Let me go back to my little thingus over here. Ouch. I think I am going to build the golem. My life is like a video game. Try so hard to. So how do... Interesting, interesting. Fascinating. I need clay. I see. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Skulk. Alright, so how do I golem template? So I need copper, sticks, and clay. So I need to make clay. How do I make clay? Yeah. Mm-mm. Clay. Clay ball. How do I get clay? I'm making a golem. And isn't there a way... Isn't there a... I guess I can just look it up. Pretty sure it's a vanilla thing that you can make clay. Gather dirt, blocks, water bottles, and pointed dripstone with pointed dripstone with dripstone blocks. Place dripstone. Place dirt above the dripstone. Use water bottles. Wait for the mud blocks to dry out to clay blocks. How do I make mud blocks though? Obtain a water, acquire dirt block, like the filled water bottle in your hot. Just make sure this is an actual thing first before I like invest too much time. Yeah, like, let me make sure I'm not investing too much fucking time into this first. The whale of immeasurable force. Oh my god, it does work. Okay. I know how to make clay. I just need time to get it set up. This... Yeah! I'm gonna put anything important in here, I guess. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Goo goo gaga. Wait! 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 Me when I was born yesterday. Yeah. I have a name tag. I'll name my dog when I get a dog. Fucking wearing a business shirt and everything. Yeah. Yeah. Business baby. Business baby. Hello. It's Boss Baby! Is that fucking Boss Baby? But I bowed an Illager patrol. Nice. But he bowed an Illager patrol. I assume he fucking outgunned a villager patrol. Perchance ball versus perchance ball. Who will win? Alright, I'm gonna start messing with Tinker's Construct, I guess. Perchance. Bird. Well, no, I can literally just make mud myself. Introduction. Over the third edition, blah 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 blah. If you are doing about the new changes in the newest version, check what's. I'm about to start doing some Tinker stuff. Part builder, crafting, pattern, part builder. Somewhat, yeah. Never know. I'm sure I can figure it out. Alright, I just want to... And I mean, besides, I can look it up as well. Like, hang on. Pattern. Alright, I have that now. God damn, that's expensive. What the fuck? The Vanguard helmet for Golem. It's 5 netherite helmets. My wife. Take me down to the Paradise City. Green grass. What am I looking for? Ah, this. So I need 3 of that. And then 3 of that. Hello. Hey. Yeah, you did it. Have you... Flint and steel. Something killed all the Something is coming in 3 days. No. Let me check. Something is coming in 3 days. What? What are you talking about? What? I didn't say anything. No? I didn't say... Cub, did you hear me say anything? Huh. See? I didn't say anything. Nope. Why can't you? I'd never do that. Something is coming in 3 days. It's probably has to do with the eroded, the roads more traveled. Because, like, you see how wherever you walk around, if you look at my stream, it's why I have my farm set up the way I do. Oh yeah, no. I imagine it is, yeah. I haven't been down there yet, so I can't say for sure. Uh-uh. Fire resistance. Huh. Yeah. Don't go near it. You will lose. Nice. Ah, I see. That will prove to be useful. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Alright. Alright. Huh? Perchance. Alright. If you're wondering what the strings is, blah blah blah. I should actually probably read this. Patterns. So I need to build that. Okay. And to build that, craft some more. Yeah, I did finally get that working. It took a fat fucking minute to get that working. I figured out what it was. I had to go into specifically the world configuration, not the, fucking other thing. So once you have grades, create part builder to get started with making some tools. Alright, so I need the part builder. Okay. Yeah, I'm about to start messing with it. Like this. Do I need to build the part chest? Yes, I do. Okay. Just making sure before. I'm just making sure it's something that I will need before I build it. don't know about y'all, but I really like all the atmosphere mods that I've added, like the rain and stuff, how the rain moves. He did it. It is currently summer, that's why it's hot. Yeah, you can. What? Oh. Skill issue. Alright, I've made a part chest. Let me continue reading. I can dye it. So I have the crafting station, the part chest. Two parts for melee weapons or harvest tools. Tool parts. Okay, so these can be used as that. Okay, so I don't need to build a foundry yet, I see. So, let's see how I should set this up. How should I set this up? Because it doesn't really give you an idea of how, like, the placement of everything. It's the only part that I'm unsure of, I guess. For now, I guess I'll do it like this. Part chest. Part builder. I don't get it. Why is the part chest only got one slot? What do you mean I just put stuff in? Oh, is it only parts for tinkerers? Okay, I see. So... So what can I currently shape? What am I able to Yeah, I have the part builder currently. Sand. No. I mean, I could get sand, but... I don't have a forge yet. I don't know. I'm just wanting to mess around with it right now. Yeah. Oh wait, no, I don't. I don't. Hold on. Casting table. Casting table. Seared bricks. So I need to get grout. No. Uh-huh. I see. Hmm. Let me drink my water. Let's see. Iron ingots and oak. Or, well, just normal logs, I guess. For chance. How many do I need? I only need 2. Okay. Okay. Then I need some iron. I should have some iron down here. Damn, it's already nighttime again? Holy shit. Yeah, I got a shit ton of iron. I can. I'm in bed. Alright, and now we will make a propeller, and then what else do I need? White carpet. I believe I can make string. Believe there is a way that I can make Oh wait, I got a shit ton of string. Duh. That is Kai. Hi Kai. I already answered their question. I told them that it's a friends only server, so which is true. It is a friends only server. Well, friends and friend of friends. Yeah, no, yeah. It is. I think how many do I need for that? I'm about to be I'm about to be like the Wright brothers, so I need 2. Yes! I've done it. Aether, correct. Oh, wow, there's a shipwreck next to me. Yeah. I have my gyrocopter. It can be. Gyrocopter. What's this? You are too hungry to fly. Man, really need... I need to add a map mod. I think I'm... I need to switch the shader reload button. Here, we're going to swap over to this. And I'm going to see if I can get a map mod added. Alright, chat. We're back. Hello, chat. Atlas. Alright. So I need slime, a book, and a map. Cool. I can get 2 of those really easily. The slime will be a bit harder. I do. I need leather. That is Atlas. It should just be added, perchance. It is Atlas. Yeah, Atlas is a good mod. Let me try pushing out the update again. Yes. Oh my god. Push out update. Push out update. Come on. Just do it. Do the thing. I legit just have to keep trying to force the update to be pushed. There we go. Okay, I think it went out this time. Try again. Like, I legit have to just keep clicking on it until it works. It's a recording mod. It's pretty cool. It's a really neat mod. I added it for myself, but I guess it's in the, general server now. Which is okay. I don't think I should, no. Yeah, but I think because I did it in the... Yep, okay. It should be 158. Or well, actually, it might be. It might be different for me. It's different for me. It is different for me. Yeah, because I have some client-side stuff for myself, so it is. What the fuck? Pause menu. At the very bottom, it'll say stop recording or whatever. Oh, I'm thirsty. Huh. Oh, I didn't mean to put dirty water. Oh. Minecraft story mode. So many people in my server. Alright, we're gonna go find a sky island. Oh yeah, let me start this back up. There we go. Oh, perfect. There's a sky island right here. Maybe the slimes will be up here. Clay island. Is there clay here? Oh my god, there is. Okay, that'll be useful. I will come back for this. That's horrible. Why's my music stopped? Oh. Here, we'll get that started back up. And swap over here. Another sky island. Let's go see. Where'd it go? I swear there was a sky island over there. Yes, it's over here. I know it's somewhere here. Aha! I found it. I need slime to make a atlas. That way I can get back to my base. I'm sorry, little ones. Let me out. Oh my god, let me out. There was another slime up here, but I don't know where. Oh! Oh, wow. I'm about to, I bought a new mouse, like one of those, MMO. Let me out! I bought one of those, mice that have, like, all the, number keys on the side of it. So I'm going to, for, my spell mod, or for my spells, I'm going to be binding them to the, number keys. Alright, I got a shit ton of slime now. If you press pause, yeah. I think this was the direction of my base. Yeah, it is. Is there another sky island over here next to this one? Huh. Or is it that one? It's probably still that one. Hello, chat. It's meant to be a tough life. And we made it back home. You can use fire resistant. That does also work, yes. Alright, I got sky slime, so we're going to throw... You know what? I'm going to go grab that crafting table and put it next to here, because that will be quite useful to have. There we go. Really? Alright, how do I make ink? How do I get antique? Antique. I don't... There's gotta be an easier way to make a map. Eight paper and one compass. Okay. That's what I thought, but I couldn't remember. And I do have the materials to make a compass. I need to just make a compass. Oh. Now I need paper. How do I make paper? Oh, I can use tree bark. Me out. Wait, can I still get tree bark from the trees, though? if I can get it from here. Ow. I think struggling will lead to figuring out more solutions to solving problems. Oh, right. Oh, right, that's how I get it. I don't know what that's going to be used for, but I can do this, and then this. Right? Do I? Yes, there we go. Alright, and now... Oh, I need to make more paper. I need a lot more paper. Chipped it. One more time? What? Are they draining your sanity? That's funny. That's really funny. Time to fit. It's time to fit. I hear a baby zombie. Why are there 5 baby zombies? Oh my god, piss off. Piss. Okay, holy shit. Fit. 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 Oh my god, why is there the Necro Dancer? Go away, Necro Dancer. Tomahawk. 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 Obsidian. Chicken. I will keep that. I will keep the position of this chicken in mind. All of our food keeps blowing up. I don't think it matters what kind of bark I have, or what kind of log I have, as long as I can get bark from it, so... Hey, Sam. We're playing Samcraft. Yeah. Ugh. Come on, chicken. Come with me. Come along with me. We can travel through the forest. Hey, chicken. Chicken. Perchance ball versus perchance ball. Perchance ball versus perchance ball. Who will win? Perhablin Stablin. Finton. Finton Steer. You can tell. Is it the cave centipede? Guys, go. Oh, wait, no. I don't know if I'll need that after I craft the atlas. Divorce papers! Let's see. So now I need a book. And what happened? What? That's funny. That's really funny. I think it's funny. It's not that bad. Alright, I got the atlas. Thank you, Brian. Alright, cool. I wonder. And I wonder. Can't I? How do I delete? Ah. Excuse me. Okay, so I should make a... Oh, wow, I am kind of hot. Ow. Why am I burning up? Ow. Can I jump in water to cool down? How the fuck do I cool down? How the fuck do I cool down? I went into the water. It didn't work. It's not working. I'm just going to burn to death, I guess. This is fine. Okay, I'm no longer burning to death. Aha! Here we go. Now I put you here. Does that not work? I swear I thought that worked. Okay, I don't... Minecraft Grim Reaper. What? Hmm. I don't get. I don't know how to remove a pen. Not that it matters, I guess, but you have to make it. And I won't lie, it's a little expensive. I perchance can, perchance ball. Perchance ball versus perchangles. Bojangles. Bojangles. Mmm. I need to make some more paper. I really need to go through and clean up my fucking inventory. Yeah. Why wouldn't I? Why wouldn't I? And? Guys aren't laying eggs in the right spots. Oh. Nice. Royal Guard, Royal Guard. gonna go... I should build my tree farm, I think. I will put this over here. And what I will do is build a little runway for my aircraft. I don't know why you've taken damage. Okay, I don't know what I used to even repair you. Did Ben just, like, die? Oh, okay, so it wasn't a Minecraft issue. Okay. I mean, everything's running fine. I'm not lagging personally. No, I'm not. That that's not how that works. It's so fucking hot. My balls. This is so sweaty. Oh, dude. Dude. You know what? I'm gonna set up something really fucking stupid right here. Oh, I need to go grab iron. I need this. There's a zombie on your lawn. Goo goo gaga. Alright, I need to find... What was I gonna do? Oh yeah, I remember. I'm going to set this up with a hopper. I need to make a chest first. Set you there. Then do this. Nope. I don't really need to set it up like this, but... Like, I don't need to have it set up like that, but... For immediate crafting purposes, it will be kind of nice. Nope. Welcome back. What the fuck happened to you? Oh, okay. Me who just hasn't built weapons, basically, at all, except for, like, a singular sword. Literally, the only reason I have a sword is for self-defense. Otherwise, I haven't really had a use for it. Golden egg? I swear I saw an egg in there. Egg in me. I need to rewatch. I need to rewatch Adventure Time. That show is peak. And if you ow. I swear. Okay. Ow. Did I put all my iron in this chest down here? Probably did, didn't I? I did. The Harvest Moon? Oh, fuck yeah. Fucking Chud daughter. How did you manage to get a Chud daughter, bro? Oh, you fat fucks. What? What the fuck? Hey, what's wrong with that tree, bro? Oh, wow, you found that? Get out. Get out. Get out. I need more iron. What is wrong with you? Oh, egg. I don't know how that egg got there. Oh, chicken. Egg in me. I think I actually have some seeds somewhere. I just gotta find them. I do. They'll load. Just give it some time. That's probably why the server is lagging. Also, not only that, but that's probably why the fucking server is lagging. Eggs will prove to be very nutritious for me. I need to find, not you. Go away. Nasty zombie. Die, zombie. I need... Doesn't mushroom stew also refill your thirst bar? What did I come... Oh. Oh, yeah, I need to go start mining some more iron. That's right. But, yeah, that's likely why the server is fucking lagging so much, because Ben is fucking going... generating new chunks. Whoa. Oh my god, guys. Shut the fuck up. No, dude, you don't repeat yourself. Ah, gold. I did see that palladium. Or gallium or whatever ore. But I really need a lot of iron for what I'm trying to do. Shut up. Shut up. I hate it here. I'm in a hell of my own making. French fries? What the fuck is wrong with you two? Spider. Oh my god, you scared the shit out of me. Me. Oh, fuck, that's a creeper. Ow. That's a creeper! Why is there baby zombie? Error. We gotta go into the cloud. This is a really cool cave. Ah, oh. Ooh. I almost got shot off of my platform that I'm on. Why is there a creeper hissing? Oh. I'm hungry, that's why. I'm not hungry. I just realized, where'd my team go? It's not in there. What are you holding? The Harvest Moon sets. Oh. This is a really cool area that I found. It's a floater! That was such a stupid fucking joke. I keep finding these massive underwater fucking, whatchamacallit. Where's my super suit? It's funny. Oh. Beat. Hmm. Oh. Okay. Ah. Okay. Seaborg does pirate Max. This is true. Do it. I keep finding under fucking water cave or caves filled with fucking water. Okay, I don't know why my shaders just did that. But, I mean, you know what? I think I saw ore over here, so we're going to use that to our advantage, perchance. These noises really need to stop. Evidence of what? Okay. Who cares? There's a shit ton of iron up here, but it's just a matter of getting to it. What am I stuck on? Bro stole his mom. Feel the rain on your skin. Aha! Iron! I have no more torches. Oh my god, zombie! That scared the shit out of me. No? No. You just have to deal with it. I'm not going to be using commands and stuff like that anymore. Bitrate's still in the green. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's also what I want to do. I want to find my fucking canteen. Where the fuck did my canteen go? I'm so thirsty. I'm so thirsty. I genuinely don't know where my canteen went. It's just gone. I like genuinely where'd my canteen go? I mean, I can make another one. It's not the end of the world if I don't have that one, but I'd prefer not to have to make another one. Oh, okay. Pretty sure. Does this work? No. Make sure you have the keybind set for it. Metal Gear. Metal Gear. Yeah, mods, can we ban him, mods? Mods, can we ban this guy, mods? Chat, rip his skin off. Look at the rainbow. It's only on one side. There's the rainbow. Oh shit. There we go. Where did I get a bow from? Whatever. No. I didn't make it. Skeletor. Hee hee. Yeah, I'd like to solve the puzzle. Yep, that's it. I wanna be an island boy. No. You know, their story is just completely fucking insane. Why is the egg not going underneath? It should be able to fit under there. Fuck. Shut the fuck up. So... Is it just because they're fucking a modded block? Is that why? If that's the case, then I can just replace that. But it should work. Like, let me make this go test. Huh. Okay. Now, what if I... Ow. What if I come over here? And... grab Just grab some oak slabs. Will this fix my problem? Because I wanted it to be grass slabs, because... Get out of the way! I swear... Ah, okay, it needs to be lower. I see. Jabummer. My Jerona. Oh, you fat fuck. Amazing. Get out. Get out. There you go. Okay, now it's working. Okay. That's what, see, that's what I wanted it to do. However, it's not, now it's not. What is wrong? I'm sorry, chat. I'm looking something up really quickly because I am trying to figure out how this shit works. No, I'm trying to figure out how I can get this hopper to send stuff down. Well, no, I mean, like, to spit it out directly from the hopper into, like, just out into the open air. Oh. Okay. I didn't know that. Okay. Erecting a dispenser. Call of Cthulhu. Right, I need redstone. Ow. We got plenty of redstone. Perchance. Can I have the dispenser facing down? I can. That's at least nice. Oh no. That was an absolutely certified summer moment. Don't we love summer, chat? Oh my fucking god. No, I don't want you facing this way. I don't know why I removed you from there, because I was going to fucking... I may not have a brain, gentlemen. No! No, you fat fuck! Oh, that's Omar. Lexchem. Big E. Alright, where'd that other chicken go? Because you, sir, are going back into the chicken coop. Get back up here. Alright, let's go find... Aha! There you are, you fucking bitch. Come over here. Can I make an egg sandwich? Okay. I can't. Oh my god. Holy shit, that fills a lot of saturation. The egg sandwich, yeah, Jesus. The sandwich. The sandwich. Come on, everyone. Alright. Now, give me eggs. I need a big... Right, that's why I went and mined iron, because I need to make a shit ton of hoppers. There we go. You need the what? Hey, got a bucket of chicken. That's unreasonable. Hi, my name. Oh yeah, you gotta stay fed, because it's man-powered. It's powered by you. You are powered. Chat, can we rip this guy's skin off? Carrot. Yummer. Alright, pigs. Feed the pigs. I think I have a shit ton of wheat, too, somewhere around here. That's not a shit ton of wheat. Doot 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 doot. Max Verstappen. Doot 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 doot. I want to make an egg sandwich. Egg in me. Why did I make a butt? Let's see. There are 2 eggs in there. I'll put the other 4 that I have in there. Because that will be the dedicated... That's the dedicated... Detonated wham. Why are there so many underwater caves in my fucking... Oh, wait, I need torches. Oh my god. Oh my god. Let's stand around the campfire and sing a campfire song. Campfire. Oh, hey. Coal. Coal is good. I need coal. I need a lot of coal. Alright, guys. Chat, I'm going to turn on my X-ray now. It's time to X-ray. Shart. Why is there another underwater cave? Like, holy shit. There's so many underwater caves. Like, I'm just not able to fucking be in caves, apparently. I should, really. Why did I come back up? I need pickaxes. I don't know why I opened the chest. I could have just... It sends you an email. I think you can turn off notifications for me. Oh, Mr. Marr is talking in chat right now. Find infinite coal, unlimited coal, but I can never find any iron. I need fucking iron, dude. Like, what the fuck? It's not a drop of iron. Coal, unlimited coal, but no iron. There's more fucking coal. Please sleep. I can't get home. I'm not even near my bed, right? I mean, I am. I could go back up to the surface. A mimir. Yeah. I don't see the issue. Unlimited rain. Infinite rain. Flint and steel. The nether. This is a crafting table. La 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 lava. Check it on. Oh my god, I found iron! Are you fucking kidding me? Oh, I found more iron! Why is there an underwater cave? There are just so many fucking underwater caves. Like, what is this shit? What the fuck was that sound? I'm I'm like genuinely going to go insane. I'm just genuinely going to go insane, dude. Like, I can't find any fucking iron. If I find any iron, it's like 2 bits. No. Actually, you overheated to death. You didn't burn to death. You should go try and find some powdered snow, perchance. Oh my god, my prayers have been answered. I found so much iron. This mod pack, this mod pack I have set up is quite fun. It also works very well and has no issues whatsoever. I mean, the nether is pretty easy. You just gotta stay cold. Why is there more underwater? Oh, this one's not even an underwater cave. I found the ocean. I keep running into underwater caves. It's driving me insane. Perchance. Hey Kai, I would just like to mention that keep your important items in your hotbar. You're going home. You're going home to your fucking chud daughter, dude. God, I am. In one direction. According to the console, you moved wrongly, Kai. I don't know. You moved wrong, though. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. You're good. You're good. You're good. Back it up. Back it up, pack it in. Let me begin. I am going to turn into a truck now. What? Alright, you know what? I am going to go make... What the fuck happened? God. There goes my hero! He's great. I love him. He's a great friend. I guess I'll put this iron in here. Wait. What the fuck did that cook into? Did it cook into a single iron nugget? Crimson mosquito. And let me tell you, I am enjoying my time. I've had an incredibly peaceful time. Yeah. I'm just building my little house. Well, I'm just setting up my little house in my town. I need to find iron, though, because I'm trying to finish setting up this egg farm over here. I'm trying to finish setting up egg farm. Why is the dispenser not dispensing? How do I make dispenser dispense? Can I just do that? No. I have a redstone torch somewhere around here, and I think if I just place the redstone torch next to the thing. Yeah, I want it active constantly though. They just do that, dude. Does it need to be that kind of stone? I mean, not that I can't do that, I just would rather not waste the resources. Oh well. Put a girl on. Put a girl on. Thank you, Tech Support Cup. Omar called you Tech Support Cup. Tech support Aaron. Aaron. I need. Oh. Hey, Mr. Man, Ben, you can make mosquito repellent. How the fuck do you get stink in a bottle? Shut the fuck up. I'm your favorite streamer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, likely rivals. Perchance Ball versus Perchance Ball. Who will win? Oh my god. Okay, so I don't need that much stone. I just need to figure out how to make a repeating thingy. Alright guys, today we're going to be putting Aaron into the soup. Guys, I think that's a dead body. Guys. Alright, so I don't know. Cannot let go of their tool. That's an interesting death message. I need to get a few more wins before the end of the season to crack top 500. Who's top 500? So how do I set this up? Let me look it up really quickly.
How to make redstone repeat itself forever or an infinite repeater loop in Minecraft. Start off by placing down a redstone repeater.
Need 4 of them? I see. Okay. I see what I need to do. Top 500 is Beck Smith. Alright, I'm gonna make a few of these, and I need these back. Let me go grab. Ah, they turned back into stone. Fuck! What the? What the fuck? think I should have enough to do the thingus. There you go. Okay. Yeah, I only need 4 of these, so I can take all this shit back now. Alright, and now, all I should need to do is throw... I quite enjoy listening to everyone. What the fuck is going on over there? Oh. I know. Can it climb walls? I mean, if I installed a certain mod, it would actually fix it, but I'm not going to be that mean. Alright, so... Oh my god! I hate redstone shit so much. Alright, so let's see. So what I will do... Set you up right there. Set you up right here. Here. Right here. Alright, I want those all set to be as long as possible. Happy Monkey Baby. Huh? What? I got it working earlier, and now it's just not fucking working. Okay. I see the issue. Oh my god, why is my game lagging? Okay. I had to reload my shaders. Hmm. Okay. That goes the right way. Her Chapman stands. Why am I having so much I want to figure this out before I go grab food. No. This perplexes me, perchance. Okay, I see what I need. I hate redstone. I really do. There we go. That's all I needed. Why did you turn back on? Okay, now. Of course it doesn't, because why would it? I'm going insane. Mmm. 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 Perchab and Stabbin. The issue becomes that it just powers itself on. And that is annoying, because why can't I just connect? Let me try this, maybe? don't know why that not. See, like, I'm able to fucking do that, so why can't I directly connect the redstone to this dispenser? It's driving me fucking insane. Oh. Let me go make another repeater then really quickly, because will that fix the issue that I am having? I knew I wasn't losing my mind. Mm. Why can't you just connect directly to what I need you to? That is so stupid. That shouldn't work that way, but you know, I guess it does. Whatever. Alright, here's what we'll do. I'm going to mine out this entire area. And reset. Why is there a baby chicken down there? Alright, maybe I don't. Let's see. Oh, wait, I need this one open. Wait, has it been hatching the fucking eggs? Or breaking the eggs? I need to use a dropper. I'm going insane. Why are you orange now? What fucking insane. Give me this. What's up, guys? Quandelius Flongelius here. Need a fucking dropper this whole time. Where'd all my fucking redstone? Oh, yeah. I remember redstone's at. Alright. Let's see if I finally got this set up correctly. Of course, I mean, I still need to go get a fucking more iron. Y'all, like, lay the eggs in the center? You sluts. Okay. It goes down there. Is that Okay. Yes! I hate redstone! No, get the fuck back in there! Whatever, I don't care. Holy fucking shit. You just have to dig through the ditches and burn through the witches and slam in the back of my Dragula. I got the redstone part of it working. Now it's just a matter of getting shit to drop. Okay. There were 6 in there, so... There's still only 6. Why? Why is it not working? Can you go away? Thank you. I'm going to bed. Sleep time. There are monsters nearby. There literally isn't. There we go. Bless your tier 3 sub with some feet pics in the meantime. Perchance. Man. I just popped every single bone in my body. The necromancer. Do I need to get rid of the water that's in here? Is the water, like, keeping the items up or something? Or the eggs just didn't have time to go down there yet. Alright. Maybe I was being too rash. Let's go see. Perchance. That is a very powerful looking Skeletor. No, the eggs aren't down. Where the fuck did the eggs go? That spider and... Eggs do not sink. Okay. So then I put too much water in there, I think. Let's see. Perchance. I have a bucket somewhere. Just... No, I can't. I need to find the bucket that I have. Where's my fucking bucket? There it is. I've been going in fucking insane trying to get this working. And every time I feel like I'm close... Alright. Here, you can go down there. Check and see how much water is actually down there. Ow. Oh, wait, the eggs did actually make it down here. No, my fucking pickaxe! I think I finally have gotten it working. It works! I got it working! I did it! I did it! I got it working! Oh my god, this took so long to get working and I'm so happy now. Why do you want... Why so specific? Why so specific with my feet pics? I guess you know what you want. Now it's just a matter of getting these fucking chickens to put their eggs in the correct areas. I wonder, can I? Perchance. What is this, an Inquisition? Yeah, it is. Okay. Let me go grab some water and see if this even works, because if this doesn't work, then I'm not going to continue trying to get this set up. But if it does work, then perchance ball versus perchance ball. Who will win? Perchance. Fuck off. It worked! Oh my god. Oh my god. Yes. Okay, so I need to set up... I need y'all to fucking move, you fat fucking birds. I am a fucking architect. Just because someone won't get off their fat fucking ass and help me. Just because I'm stuck selling shit furniture because someone won't get off their fat fucking ass and help me. Stay in character. Oh my god, you fat fucking bird. Stay in character. Alright. After, I don't know how many hours of trying to figure this shit out, I finally got it figured out. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Oh, nice. You lay an egg right where it doesn't need to be. I don't have fucking hoppers there, you fat fucking bird. God, I hate you. The birds are fat fucking chuds. Churd. The fucking churd. Churdly. Perchance. I'm the fun one. Alright. You three will begin having chicken. Hey, got a bucket of chicken. Yeah, motherfucking damn. All our food keeps blowing up. I need to eat. There we go. Mutton. Do I have any iron? I know I found some iron, but I don't know if I got any more iron. I did get more iron. Did I put a chest down here? Or, not a chest, a fucking crafting table? Yeah, but you need money to buy the materials, to build the robots, to destroy New Jersey. I didn't build the robots. Tony. Stark. Cave. Jeff the Killed. I have seeds. Yes, yes. Come back up here. You're not escaping. None leave the slaughterhouse alive. Alright, there we go. I finally got it set up properly. I think the eggs are falling down where they need to be falling down, which is down here. They only stay in stacks of 16. Great. Why do they only stack to 16? Alright, well, here's what we're going to do next. We are going to build a furnace. How do I make egg sandwich? I'm making egg sandwich. How do I make egg sandwich? Like that. Okay. No, I haven't been eating anything because my fucking chud birds are dropping the eggs where they need to go. Fuck you, zombie. All my chud birds, all they do is try to escape. Yes, it does. Okay, I finally got the egg machine working. I finally got the egg machine working. The egg factory. Jingle, jingle, jingle. You know, I think I can add another layer to this, to the egg factory, and just get eggs automatically egging. Hello, my name is Egg. Egging me. Egging me. Those who snow. Perchance Ball versus Perchance Ball. Who will win? Where'd my fucking hopper go? It's a Steve, yeah, like what? Ah! Ah! Oh, they brought it back. Oh my fucking god. No one leaves the slaughterhouse alive. Oh my god. I'm gonna start tweaking. Good night, gang. I think Seb. Nay. Oh my god. I need to reload my shaders again. Perchance. Alright, now I just need an... Because that should work still. I don't know if that'll work. Okay, it does still work. Alright, you know what? We're just going to steal a hopper from up here. You know? You want to know why we're stealing a hopper from up here? Because I don't want to go back down into the mines and make a new one. So... If I wanted to, I could set up a whole nother layer of egg. But I am satisfied with what I've figured out, though. I've done much research in the past. Egg. Oh my god! Dude, look at how much saturation the egg sandwich fills, dude. Holy shit. Just look at my stream on Discord. Like, it filled my shit all the way up. Yeah, making the egg factory was absolutely worth it. And you know what? Honestly, I'm probably going to replace all of this with fucking... I'm going to go find some lava to kill all these animals. All I need is the egg factory now. I need nothing else. I need to build a great wall. Is that what is that? What are you? Oh, you're a fish? Oh, it's a cockroach. What's up, cock? Fuck off. Piece of shit. Ow. Hehehe, I've made the achievement. Hot as stuff. Kill, 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 kill. No, I don't want to open up the RSI launcher. No. No, don't open the RSI launcher. I didn't mean to do that. Stop it. Go away. So, as much as I love Star Citizen, I don't want to play Star Citizen. As much as I love Star Citizen. Here we go. It literally does. I didn't mean to open it. It like... Alright. Hey, I'm about to kill these pigs in a very unhumane way. Ah! Ah! I don't need any of these animals anymore. They are useless to me. Oh, wow, I just realized I'm overheating. Ow. Ow. Stop it. Ow. I'm literally underwater. You can stop overheating now. You can stop. Stop! I'm fine. I have not been struggling except for with fucking redstone. But I have that figured out, so now I'm happy. Ow, motherfucker. I am happy now. Perchance. No. Ooh. Let me put this in here. Oh, man. I'm so happy. Hello, new person. Welcome to the stream. Perchance. Alright. I perchance am going to go grab some food because I am perchance hungry, perchance. So we will pause for now. And we're going to swap the stream over to the intermission. Fat. I'm not fat. I want to go grab some food. I will return later.